Started to use this pad, I always like to point out the different tools you're using. And this pad is actually just some folded up newspaper. It's been soaked with water. And if you haven't seen this torch used yet, this is running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace, as we've been doing. So we can focus heat to just one area if one area is a little bit cold. Or in this case, we're actually about to go in for something called the jack line. We wanted to heat it up in preparation for that. So to make the jack line, we go in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and we are literally lightly squeezing down on the glass, and this is creating a line or a divot. And this line or divot is really important because this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And as this is starting to get blown out, you can see the designs of those little pieces of glass much better. And as this starts blowing out, we should see the true color of the piece a lot better as well. Right now it's just so hot that it's glowing this bright orange, kind of like lava, but as soon as it cools down, I've heard that it's supposed to be more of a turquoise color. So if the glass was closer to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then it could break the glass. But right now the glass is still pretty much molten, and so it's actually creating a layer of steam, basically, within the papers or just above the papers. And if you don't know already, that's kind of described as the light and frost effect. We use that for a lot of our wooden tools. So talking about color a little bit based off a question I just got, we have to decide the color that we want before we even start our process. And so we will choose that color before we even start, first off. The different colors are different metal oxides mixed into the glass. And so white, for example, is apparently a form of tin and antimony mixed into the glass. And so if you want an opaque color, it might have a mixture of that and maybe another metal to create color as well. And this is just a little bit of a guess. I don't know these exact formulas for creating these glass color mixtures. We don't create them here at the museum. We simply use the color already made. Yes, so the most expensive color of glass is a kind of cranberry pink, cranberry red. It's a little bit of a rich pinkish purplish color, and it usually tends to come in a transparent, and it is, once again, the most expensive color because it literally has a form of gold inside of it. And yeah, it turns out to be this really rich, beautiful color. Yes, so just before I answer your question, I do want to highlight these two wooden paddles here real quick. So we're actually flattening the sides of the vessel, creating more of a oval shape rather than just a perfect sphere. Just to mention that real quick. And this could be done with multiple different tools. I would say that these are pretty common, these corkwood paddles, and they do burn, but sometimes we want wood to burn. It's an insulating material. It allows the glass to keep its heat. And now, as for the question I just got a question about what we're working on in general, kind of a general overview. So if anyone missed it, I'm about to repeat what we're working on real quick. So for anyone that's recently joined, we are actually working on this piece that we've sketched out on the ground right here in chalk. And this is a little bit more of an abstract piece. We have this neck for the vessel already made and set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So whenever you see us putting something in here or taking something out, this box is just keeping these things warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so we can continue to work on other parts. And speaking of other parts, we're working on the main body of the piece, which of course is right here with all of these large spots of color on it. And this is supposed to turn out a sort of turquoise color overall. And these little bits of glass that have been attached, these are called marini. And we actually have some pieces down on this front table right here. They're basically these little chopped up pieces of glass that reveal an image inside. And I'm not sure how many of you guys have seen this, but there's like candy making videos online where they will create a long stick of candy, chop it up to reveal an image inside. It's exactly that same technique, just with glass. And once again, this is called marini. The stick of glass is actually called cane, so you can leave it as a stick to create stripes of color. There's so many different things to do. Yes, so this building we're inside of is actually based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway right here. And these were called beehive burners or wigwam burners. And they were shaped pretty much exactly like this building. The only difference is this building is tilted slightly on its side. And that is actually to give us a little bit more floor space. So if we have a cone shaped this way, we have this amount of floor space just where my elbows are. But if we tilt one side out, you can see how that expands the floor space quite a bit. So we have quite a bit of things put into that extra space. And as for how large the building is, it is mostly just to be impressive and just stand out. And I did briefly point this out earlier when we started to blow it out. I was saying that we would start to see the true color a little bit better. And so now that this is cooled down a little bit and the walls of the glass are a little bit thinner, we can start to see that true color of the turquoise on the surface. And it looks like we're getting ready to flatten the bottom of our piece. This is just so that it can sit steadily and evenly just on a flat surface such as the table. So when it comes to artist residencies like today, or like this week, I should say, whenever a visiting artist comes in, they're able to do whatever they want with the artwork that is created. It is all theirs, despite others helping them make it. It is still their design. So from there, they can take it home, they can put it in a gallery, they can sell them, they can do pretty much whatever they want with them. And as for these finished products, I really recommend just looking up this artist's name, maybe finding his website, and from there you can kind of just keep an eye on maybe his social medias, and he might post the final product eventually. But this is a process. It usually will take time for those things to be published. Yes, so our visiting artist is the one sitting at the bench working on the glass himself. And I will say that this is actually relatively rare. Whenever you come into the Museum of Glass and we have a visiting artist, usually they kind of step back and they have our resident team, the hot shop team, work on the pieces. And that's because these guys have about 20 to 30 years of experience blowing glass. So they're just as professional as anyone could be blowing a piece of glass. But our visiting artist himself is a professional glass artist as well, so he is actually the gaffer today. The gaffer is like the glass blowing team leader. Okay, so I did get a question just a moment ago asking about where these pieces are going to go. And I'm just reading a little bit of information about this residency, and I'm seeing that the intention is for one of these pieces to go into an upcoming group exhibition, and this is called Objects USA. It's hosted by R and Company. So if anyone is interested in seeing a final piece displayed from this residency, then I would definitely check that out. And this is a really important step. We've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of our piece and then went ahead and broke that piece off of its original pipe. Now this second pipe that we attached, this is called the punty. The purpose of this is basically just to flip the orientation of the piece. So as you can see, we have access to the other side now, where we have that opening in the top. And this is where we're going to be attaching the neck of our piece as well. So you can see that Gabe is getting that neck ready inside of the garage. There's a little flame inside of there that he's heating it up in. Yes, so this pipe is just a temporary connection. So when they attached it to the bottom, they went in with the jacks, which are those two blades, and they created this line or divot right in that connection. So all they do later on is they apply water and then break it off again. And this is going to break it off the pipe, but it's going to leave a small amount of clear on the bottom. So after the glass blowing process, this is something that you guys don't see, but there's a cold working process where they have to grind and polish the glass to kind of finish it off. And that is definitely going to happen with this one too. Now at the center bench, we've just worked on heating up just the very opening of the piece. We've gone in with the pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and slightly opened it up. We're just trying to open it enough to connect that neck to the opening, no more, no less. And once again, that neck is over on the right bench. Gabe is just making sure that it's staying warm and getting ready to attach it to the body at the center bench. And this is a neck that's made of black glass, just to point out. Oh, something else that I would also love to mention is different colors of glass actually move differently. So black glass apparently is very soft, especially compared to something completely opposite like white glass, which the white glass is very hard. And so if you have them side by side, you'll see that they blow out slightly different from each other because they melt slightly differently. And so if you look at the side profile of this piece of the center bench, you can see those little dots of darker color are sort of raised a little bit, and that's because they are melting slightly differently. It's just interesting little bit of information. And right now, Cedric is trying to go in with a pair of tweezers. So he's pinching and pulling the opening out in a way. And this is all excess glass that's going to be cut or trimmed off completely. They always do this whenever they've just broken a piece off of its original pipe, just like we did a moment ago, just because that breaking point is not always perfectly even, and that glass tends to be a little bit thicker sometimes too. So this is just going to get rid of those imperfections. Also, something that I'm not sure was mentioned quite yet, you'll see that we're kind of hovering around with these wooden paddles. These wooden paddles are not actually touching the glass itself. They're shielding the visiting artist's arms and hands from the heat that's radiating off of the glass itself. So we just call it shielding. And you'll see us doing it all day, probably, because we are working with larger amounts of glass. Yes, yes. So everyone down on this hot shop floor except for our visiting artist himself sitting at the bench, Cedric Mitchell. These are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. And these guys have been working together for a long time and working with glass in general for an even longer time, about 20 to 30 years individually. And the person with the most experience is our hot shop manager, Ben Cobb himself. He's the one kind of closest to the front here with the paddles, just to point them out to you all. So yeah, these guys have been working together for years, so they're very well coordinated, and you might not notice, but they do have these small cues where they will say a single word to each other, and that person instantly knows what to do based off of that word. Yeah, so I just got a good question, something that I get quite often, so I just want to share it with the rest of the audience in case anyone else is curious. And they were wondering how heavy this piece is, basically. And this piece may not sound very heavy. It might be like 15, 20 pounds, something like that. But because of the leverage of it being all the way on the end of the pipe, far away from you, it makes the piece feel so much heavier than it actually is. They've estimated maybe about 5 times heavier than it actually is. So a piece that might be 20 pounds might feel like they're lifting 100 pounds at a time, which is why this is really hard work. Sorry, it was loud. How long have I been an MC or working with glass? An MC, maybe about almost 2 years in fall, so decent amount of time. And I really love this job. The only reason I can talk so much about it is because I'm a glass artist myself. And once again, that's because I went through the Hilltop Artist Program, which Gabe was mentioning earlier, and I started at about 15. But I've been working with glass about 7 years now. Now at the center bench, I might have briefly missed it, but I think we went in with that cone-shaped tool. And this is just to give a light puff of air inside of the piece, reinflate the shoulder or just around the opening. And it looks like we're getting ready to do a size check or even just fully attach that neck at this point. So that neck has just been brought over. Looks like it was a size check this time. They just want to make sure that those openings are lining up perfectly before they fully commit to that movement. So they heated up just those connection points, attached the neck to the top of the body of this vessel, and then they just went ahead and broke that secondary pipe away. So now from here, they just have to make sure that this connection is staying stable because this is a really warm connection. That neck is wanting to kind of flop around. So while they let it set up, they're just supporting the weight a little bit with a wooden paddle. And they're going to get ready to perfect the opening of the neck. And then this piece should be pretty much done. Yes, and since this neck is thin and long, they're not going to want to heat it up very long inside of the furnace, so they're just going to focus the heat with this small handheld torch. And this handheld torch, I always love to mention it whenever we use it because it's really impressive. It's the hottest item in the hot shop. It could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that small torch. And this is going to heat up a small section of glass very quickly. And so this is really helpful for small details, such as sculpting a face. So if we want to make a bunch of small details, we can't just heat up the entire thing. It would lose its shape. So we just have to focus the heat to just one small area. It's really important. And right there, Cedric just briefly went in with the jacks and widened this opening. And he's now using a pair of tweezers to just pull this neck out a little bit. So most likely they're going to trim off just the opening of this piece like we did earlier when we broke the entire piece off of its original pipe. And whenever I have a dull moment, they are moving really quick and it's really exciting. But whenever they finish this piece, I do want to talk a little bit more about how they got the pieces of glass, just as an example. And I want to show off the artist artwork for anyone that hasn't seen it. Right, so while they're cutting off the end of this neck, we'll have the slide show up for anyone that hasn't seen the visiting artist artwork. It's up on the screen now. Once again, we have Cedric Mitchell in our hot shop today. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench right now. And with these artworks that we're working on during this residency, one of them is intended to be in an upcoming group exhibition. This is called Objects USA, and it's hosted by R and Company. And the aesthetic of these pieces is supposed to be modern funk. And they're drawing inspiration from the Memphis design movement and Nickelodeon, just to kind of give a little bit of background on these pieces themselves. So these projects are supposed to exude a sense of movement and energy, which you could definitely see with these pieces. All right, thank you. So it's kind of hard to describe, but when they attached this pipe to the bottom of the piece earlier, they created this divot in the glass, kind of like the jack line. Do you remember the jack line from earlier in the piece? Yeah, so they basically have a line in between the bottom of the piece and the pipe. So just like they did earlier, they're going to apply a little bit of water to that line, and then that'll crack the glass. They actually physically hold the piece with a pair of Kevlar gloves. Right, I know. It's kind of funny to imagine that. No, we usually just transfer it one time onto a different pipe, and then from there we just work on the other end before completely breaking it off and putting it away. Yeah, the Kevlar gloves, it's the same material as firefighting suits, and you can actually see them on the right side of the hot shop just by that black box over there. Yeah, so those are the ones we're going to be using. And speaking of those black boxes, those are where we're going to be putting these pieces away. I think we're going to be using the one on the left wall today. So if anyone wanted to get like a close-up photo or get a close-up look at the piece while they're carrying it over, I would recommend being on that side of the hot shop. Just because they are getting relatively close to finishing this piece. And as you can see, they are getting ready to break off the very end of this neck. They're creating this little indent using this tool, and then all they have to do is knock that end piece off. Yeah, once again, this is just kind of perfecting the neck. Everything else is pretty much finished in this process. And the colors that you're seeing on this piece are pretty much the final colors as well. Sometimes the colors in the hot shop look a little bit different than they will look as a final product, because even though this glass looks cold, it is still at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so at that temperature, the glass may look completely different. For example, if we were working with a red, for some reason, red looks grayish brown when it's hot in the hot shop. And then when it cools back down to room temperature, that's when it becomes that really bright red again. But in the meantime, it's going to look completely different. But so as for the differences in colors, I did mention earlier that different colors melt differently. And so based off of that, I just wanted to mention a very specific color, which they call a hard white. It's kind of a casual name for it. But it's basically this white that has been created to be super hard in the hot shop. So it creates these really nice white lines inside of pieces of glass. They'll usually use it to create lines anyways. So if you go into the Museum of Glass store, there might be some pieces that have these really fine white lines going and kind of wrapping all the way around, and that is using that really hard glass. And at this point, we are getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. You can always tell when we're getting ready to do this because we'll start torching that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is just warming it up, getting it ready to apply some water, which will crack that connection. And you can see that Gabe has gotten suited up in these Kevlar gloves. This is going to protect him from the glass as he carries it over to be put away, of course. All right, so to break this piece off, all we have to do is apply a little bit of water to that connecting point. Once again, this is just going to crack a small section of glass. And then we tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off into these Kevlar gloves. And this will be walked over to our annealer on the left wall. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. Yes, so if you haven't seen one of these already, we basically will keep them at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit all day until we're ready to cool everything down inside of it. Then we just press a button and it has a program to cool down a certain amount every so often. I believe that this is programmed to cool down at least overnight, of course, so we're not going to see this piece until the next day. And now I do want to mention how we created those dots of designs on the body of the piece, just because I'm not sure if that's something that you guys got to see in the very beginning. But once again, I'll hold up an example that's kind of easy to see. So this is called Marini, once again. It's basically a small section of glass that has an image inside of it. And we will take something that is like a rod of glass or a stick of glass, kind of like this, and chop it up into those disc-like sections to reveal the image inside. And do we actually have a cane pulling video that we could put up? That would probably be a really good example of how we got this in the first place. So up on the screen, this is a silent video, so I'm going to be talking over it. But we will start off with our color. And in this case, if we want an image inside, we will usually layer multiple colors over top of each other. And then we will wrap this in clear, usually, just to protect that color before attaching it to a second pipe, and then pulling it in between those pipes to stretch that glass out. There's also such thing as twisted cane. It's kind of like a candy cane. Twist the glass to get spirals or stripes of different colors. In this case, we want to pull it straight so that image is seen throughout the entire piece of glass. And then we'll chop it up into usable sections. And this is if we're using those rods of cane. But in this case, we would chop it up into these more disc-like sections. And most likely, this is pretty similar to how they picked up the cane in the beginning as well. They probably heated it up lightly and then rolled the glass over top of it to pick it up. And do we also have a Marini slide that we could put up, please? So that's the very beginning, right? That's how we got the rods of color. And then to create the Marini themselves, we would basically chop those rods up into sections. And there's also another name that you might hear, which is millefiori. This is specifically for flowers only. Do we have a slide that could show off the, oh, perfect. Yeah, so just to show off some other examples of Marini, if it's hard for you guys to see in the back up on the screen, this is what some of the final products look like versus what it looked like before. And I would say that this is a pretty advanced technique, getting these really special patterns rather than just using a solid color or kind of maybe even more of a speckled color. Thank you. So over on the very far right bench, Gabe is just starting another bubble of glass. This is all starting with a single gather of clear on the end of a hollow pipe being kind of like a straw, so you push air in with your mouth at the end, and this passes all the way through into the glass, creating a bubble. So that's how we start all of our projects. And then on top of this, we've just melted down a piece of color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass. And once this is completely molten, we literally drop it on top of that clear bubble. And right now, he is pushing that color back. And this is just going to make sure that it's completely covering up that clear bubble so that the entire piece looks like it's made out of color. Yes, it's a relatively long process, just making sure that we have all of the glass we need for this project. It always starts with that color application like we're doing right now. And from here, we'll start building up layers of clear to get some mass for the piece. And just to point out a specific tool as well, we're using the marver, which is a small metal table in front of the furnace, to push this colored glass back. And the marver will cool the glass down wherever it touches, but more importantly, we are using it for shaping right now. And right now we have a camera view of that right bench as well, so you can see those movements as he's pushing that glass back. All right, so welcome to anyone that has recently joined us in the hot shop. I do want to quickly reintroduce what we have going on today and who we have. So we actually do have a visiting artist in the hot shop today, and his name is Cedric Mitchell. He's the one, actually, just up in the front here with a cup of coffee in his hand, just to point him out to you all. And everyone else here is pretty much our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. These guys work here full time, assisting visiting artists like today, or even making some items for the store, just as a couple of examples. And we are working on a variety of pieces during this residency. This is only the very first day of the residency, and this will go all the way through the 12th. And actually, what we're working on at the center bench, if anyone's wondering, this is the neck of a piece. And we do have a sketch of the last one that we worked on right here. So it's going to be a neck, probably relatively similar to this one, but the body of this piece is actually going to be completely different. So the body is going to have that same color scheme as last time, where we're going to have all of these large pieces of Marini. And for those who haven't seen them yet, they're basically these little chopped up pieces of glass with images on the faces of them. So these are going to be used to give us some extra designs. And it looks like Cedric is drawing the design of what we're working on right now, so you guys can get a good idea of what the final product might look like. And the neck for this piece, I will point out, we are just working with some black glass right now. And I want to mention that these pieces are being made with the intention of one of them being in an upcoming group exhibition. And this exhibition is Objects USA, and this is hosted by R and Company. And by the way, I have gotten a couple of questions here and there that is pretty common when we have visiting artists about where these artworks are going to be displayed and where you might be able to see the final products. And I encourage you to look up the visiting artist's name. Once again, Cedric Mitchell. There is a little bit of information about him in your pamphlets that you received at the front. And if you look up his name, you can find his website, maybe his social medias, and find some of his previous works, maybe even see some of these final pieces as well whenever they are posted. And speaking of previous works, could I have that slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for anyone that hasn't seen this slideshow yet, I want to show off some of Cedric's previously made work up on the screen. And back at the center bench right now, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and he's just creating a little line or a divot in the glass kind of near the pipe. This is where we're going to break this neck off of the pipe later on. Once again, this is the neck to our vessel that we're working on. And something else he has to do is he actually has to open up the end of this piece. And this is because the neck is going to be connected with an opening to it just into the top of the piece, which will also have a small opening. And then, of course, the top of the neck will be open itself as well. So they basically have to create a tube of glass. So as you saw, we just heated up a very small section of the neck, basically a ring. And this is now being bent. And the reason we just heated up a small section so that when we're bending it, we can still maintain a straight shape in the rest of the neck. This is supposed to be more of a zigzag, and so we do want sort of straight bends. And for those who just joined in, right now we have a visiting artist in the hot shop. He's the one currently working at the center bench. His name's Cedric Mitchell. There is a little bit of information about him in your pamphlets that you might have received at the front door. And he is working on some pretty intricate pieces today. We're actually working on this sort of shape right now, which is drawn in chalk on the floor right here. And right now we're just working on the neck of the piece. We haven't even gotten started on the body of the piece yet, but the neck will be created and then set aside as we create the body. And just to point out, the neck of this the neck of this piece is actually black glass. Right now, it's just kind of hard to tell what color the final product will be just because it's so hot in the hot shop. It might be glowing orange, but it's kind of like lava. I like to compare it to that, where it's radiating light as well as heat simply from how hot it is. So the furnaces are usually between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they all run off of natural gas and forced air, and that goes for all of our furnaces. We're just using this furnace right now at the center bench, which is our reheating furnace. But we do have one more type of furnace, which I should point out to you all, is the glass furnace. This one right here, I think, is the one we're using today. And this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of it, maybe up to my hip. It's just a giant pool inside of there. And so that's where all of our projects start. Also, I want to point out we've just finished the neck for our next vessel, and this has been placed inside of the garage, which is this large silver box. If you haven't seen this already, this just keeps anything that we put inside of it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, once we have the body of our piece, all we have to do is pull it back out, heat it up a little bit, and then attach it to the top. Yeah, 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit might sound really hot, but it's actually a pretty happy medium for glass. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break. It's also not hot enough to melt it or change its shape. Just kind of holds it steady. Yes, so for anyone that might be wondering the same thing, at the center bench, we always have to break pieces off of the pipe that it's created on. And this is just to get access to the other side of the piece. And so most likely they were trying to get access to the other side of the neck, whether they needed to do that now or whether they needed access later. Sometimes they want to do it just a little bit ahead of time. Like right now, we are technically doing prep work by creating the neck because we're not going to be using it until we have the body anyways, which we haven't even started. And by the way, I think we are starting that body now. We are heating up a little bit of colored glass over on that right bench, a turquoise color. And this is going to be the main color for the body of this piece. So at the center bench, we have a single gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe, and we've just blown a really small bubble into that clear glass. And this is the start for pretty much any project that you'll see in the hot shop, whether it's a simple cup, whether it's a giant vase, kind of like what we're making today. And this small single clear bubble is all we need to start this project off. So we're just going to let that bubble cool down a little bit. We're going to take this color that Ben is working with over on the right bench, completely melt it down, and then drop it on top of that bubble. And this process, by the way, this is called a color drop or color overlay. So we're going to be dropping the color on top of the bubble, then we're going to be overlaying it over that clear. This is just going to create an even layer of this turquoise across our entire piece. So after melting that color down, we come over and drop it on top of that bubble. And this is cut off. And I do want to point out, we let that clear bubble cool down. And this is helpful because it's going to allow us to start pushing and kind of rolling that color back to completely cover up the clear without that bubble changing in shape too much. Yes, so to push this color back, you'll notice that Sarah's using the marver, which is this metal table. And all she's doing is she's rolling the glass on the marver and pushing a little bit at the same time. And this is literally just physically pushing that color back to cover up the clear. And once this is completely rolled back and smooth and even, all we have to do from here is gather layers of clear over top until we have enough mass for our piece. And this really depends on the piece that we're making. In this case, it is going to be a relatively large piece, so it's going to take multiple layers of clear. Oh yes, and I do want to point out one more time, once again, we are working with turquoise glass over there on that right bench, or turquoise colored glass, I should specify. And right now, while we're heating it up and we're working with it, it's not going to look turquoise quite yet. Once again, this is just because of how hot the glass is. It's radiating a little bit of light. And so once this glass cools down, you'll be able to see that true color a little bit better. And I should also mention, for anyone that's recently joined, just in case you didn't already know, if you have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come over to answer those questions. And it can be about anything, like the building, it can be about the visiting artist and his designs, it can be about the glass process itself, which I can very easily answer. And welcome to everyone who just joined. I want to give you all a little overview and kind of explain who we have here and what's going on. So today we actually do have a visiting artist. His name is Cedric Mitchell, and he is the man in the back with the cap on, kind of on the right side of the hot shop, just to point him out to you all. And everyone else down on our hot shop floor, these are actually our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So these guys work here pretty much full time, creating different pieces in the hot shop, whether it's helping a visiting artist like today or making items for the Museum of Glass store. And today we are working on a variety of projects. We actually just finished one really large piece, which is drawn out on the floor here. So we had one really large body. The body of the piece was turquoise colored, which we have going on once again for this new piece. And then we have these really large spots of different colors on it, which were achieved through something called Marini, which are these little pieces of colored glass. You can see the face of them kind of shows an image inside. And you can actually create really detailed images inside of these pieces of glass, as detailed as faces, flowers, anything you can imagine, really. But today we just have these sort of abstract shapes inside, whether it's circles or sort of a peanut shape or a cashew shape. And these are going to be picked up on the outside of our glass bubble. So right now we're working with a small amount of glass, but it already has a bubble inside. You just can't see it, little bubble of air. And we'll lay those pieces of glass out and roll the bubble over top of them to pick them up. And I want to mention before I get too deep into my little spiel that if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. It might be a little bit hard for me to hear you back there, so even better, you could come to the front and ask me your questions. But this is a turquoise color once again. Right now it doesn't look very turquoise. This is just because the glass is so hot, it's radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava. And speaking of heat, I want to mention the temperature of the furnaces. So the furnaces that we're working with, they all run between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass is completely molten to the texture of honey. So it's very viscous, it's sticky, it will stick to the end of the pipe. And it looks like pretty soon here, you're actually going to see our glass furnace. This is really important because this is where all of our projects are starting. So right behind Gabe here, the tank with the closed door is holding a really large amount of molten glass. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds. So once again, this is our clear glass furnace. We've just gone in for another layer of clear. And you could physically see this new layer is glowing really brightly. It's fresh out of that 2,100 degree Fahrenheit furnace. And right after getting that layer of clear, we sit down and start using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is actually soaked in water before we use it, so it's creating a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass. And has anyone heard of the Leidenfrost effect? No? Okay, so when something really hot touches something really cold, it creates this really thin layer of steam, basically preventing the two things from touching each other. So if you've seen videos online of people like slapping their hands through like molten metal or something crazy, it's basically that same idea, where this wooden block is actually not physically touching the glass because of that layer of steam, so it's not burning that wood away very much. So it's hard to describe how they get so hot, but all of the furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air, kind of like a gas stove at home. but I'm sure we use larger amounts of it. We just use really large amounts of gas to create that heat. And of course, they are also very well insulated. You can see that we have all of these layers of doors on this one in the front here. And this is something we don't see super often either. You just saw Gabe spray some water into that furnace. This is hitting the top of that molten glass and breaking apart any air bubbles that may have risen to the surface. We just want to make sure that we're not gathering air bubbles inside of our glass when we're making this piece. I see a lot of you guys pointing. Just ask a question if you have a question. Are you wondering about the furnace? About the torch maybe? The open flame behind me? Yeah. Okay, so the torch right here, this is actually going to get much larger than it is right now. It's almost like a flamethrower, honestly. You press a button and it gets all big. And it runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to be a pretty impressive flame. And we keep it constantly lit just because it is a little bit of a hassle to reach back and try to reignite it over and over again, turn the gas on again. So we just keep it lit for convenience. Yes, so the glass that they're working with right now is going to turn into this sort of triangular shape here. Our visiting artist himself, Cedric, sketched this out on the floor just to kind of give a general idea. So yeah, we're just working on the body itself right now. We've already created the neck, which is this sort of wiggly shape. And the neck, if anyone's curious, is sitting inside of this box, staying at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is a multi-step, multi-part piece. So our visiting artist was estimating maybe maybe it's about 10 pounds. But I want to point out something that I always love to point out is the leverage that the glass has against you. So that glass is all the way on the end of the pipe, very far away from you. You can't hold the pipe super close to the glass because that area of the pipe is hot. So the leverage that the glass has against you might make it feel heavier than it actually is. So something that might be 10 pounds could feel like maybe 30 to 50 pounds. And it just increases exponentially each time we get more and more clear glass. Also, that machinery we were just using that the camera cut to, this is a pipe cooler. We were just cooling the pipe down so we could handle it a little bit closer to the glass. So once we've moved over to the center bench, this usually means that we have all the glass we need for the piece. I believe we don't have all the glass we need for this piece quite yet, though, because we do not have these little bits of designed pieces of glass on the sides yet. And that was something I was told that we're going to be adding to this piece. So most likely we're going to shape it and get it ready to pick up those pieces of glass, whether that's another layer of clear to pick it up, or whether that's just shaping it and then heating it. But we're going to see them attach these little pieces here. Well, not these exact ones, but these are some good examples. And this pad that we're using, this is actually just folded up newspaper. And this is soaked or splashed with water, but that is pretty much it. And this is a very commonly used tool in the hot shop. As you can see, this is really close to just using our hands to shape the glass. And we're elongating the shape, creating a thinner and just longer shape in general. So to pick up these pieces of glass, usually what I see is we want a narrower, kind of tapered shape for our glass bubble so that the side of the bubble has more contact with these pieces of glass. Versus what we saw earlier, which was the completely round bubble, only a small edge of that round bubble would actually be touching the glass. So the artists that are part of the Hot Shop team here at the Museum of Glass, they are pretty much full-time employees. So any day that the museum is open, you will see these guys down here. And that is going to come in many different forms. Today it's helping this visiting artist and creating this artwork. Other days they might be making items for the store, but they're usually always in here. So we actually just have multiple furnaces on right now, just so that we can work at multiple benches at the same time. So on one bench, we're going to keep this bubble of glass warm. And at the center bench now, we're actually doing something really important. We're heating up these little pieces of glass that are going to be added to create these spots on the side of our piece. It's important that we heat these up. They are large enough that if we were to roll hot glass over these cool pieces, they would crack and kind of break apart, not want to stick to the glass. So we have to make them both hot, then they'll both want to stick to each other. But this is a little bit of a delicate process. If we heat them up too much, they may stick to the plate that they're on top of. They may kind of lose their shape. So we just want to heat them up lightly. And there we're just seeing our first little taste of this large fluffy flame, but we're going to be using it a lot throughout this entire process. Yes, so now to pick up these pieces of glass, Cedric has just picked up that bubble and is rolling them over top of the Marini. And now you can see why that long shape was so important. If we just had a round shape, we would just have that really small belt around the middle of the sphere touching those little bits of glass. But now that we have that long shape, it was able to fully touch down and pick up almost all of them. And now from here, they're just making sure there's no particles left attached to these small pieces of glass. They'll go ahead and start to melt them down even further, going into the furnace. Also, while we have a little moment here, I don't think I've shown you guys the slideshow of Cedric's artwork. So could I have that up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for anyone that hasn't seen this yet, up on the screen there's a slideshow going. This is just showing off some of our visiting artist artwork. These are all previously made pieces, and it might give you a little bit of an idea of his artistic style. And for those who just joined us or recently joined us, I just had the artist artwork slideshow up on the screen. Once again, this was all artwork of our visiting artist that we have today, Cedric Mitchell. There is a little bit of information about him in your pamphlets that you might have received at the front door. And today we are creating a variety of different pieces. Some common themes that you're going to see are that we're using these little pieces of colored glass, which you can actually see attached to the side of the bubble right now. And these are called marini. It's basically when we take a stick or a sort of rod of colored glass and we'll cut it into sections to reveal an image inside. And we do have some small pieces down on this front table right here that I've been kind of holding up as examples. Some of them are sort of simple circles. Some of them are more of sort of cashew shapes. Yeah, so we just have a variety of these. We've been laying them out and picking them up on the outside of our bubbles. And this is going to be blown into a more cone-shaped piece of glass. And this is going to have a neck attached to the top of the piece as well. The neck has actually already been created. It's set aside in the garage right here. So later on, you'll see us using this piece of machinery. And anything inside of here is just staying warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That is the purpose of that machine. And at the center bench, we're just going in with a Dremel. This is most likely to get rid of maybe some small particles that are stuck into the side of the glass piece. Yes, so for those who just joined, this piece that we're working on right now, I want to point out, is going to turn into a sort of cone-shaped piece of glass. Our visiting artist did sketch out the design for this piece on the ground, or more of a basic shape right here. And we've already created the neck for this piece as well, which has been set aside. I already mentioned to some of you guys earlier, but it's just set aside, staying warm inside of this silver box here. So you'll be able to see that piece later on. But right now we are getting ready to blow this out, I believe. Whenever we're rolling the glass on the marver, which is this metal table, this is mostly trying to even this design out. The pieces of glass that we picked up were kind of pressed into the side of the glass, so it's just a little bit uneven, and heating it up, rolling it over and over again, blowing the bubble a little bit is going to smooth the entire surface of this piece out. And right here, you can see us hanging the glass down towards the floor. This isn't something I've gotten to mention too much today, so I want to point out this is us basically using gravity as another one of our tools, creating a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. And this piece is going to be a bit of a taller shape, especially compared to the last piece we made, which was drawn out right here on the floor. It was successfully made and put away, and it is currently cooling down. Well, not quite yet, but it's going to be cooling down inside of that large black box over on the left wall. And by the way, I just want to mention once again that this is all of the glass we need for this project. So from here, we are just completely starting to blow it out and turn it into that cone shape. And to blow it out in the right direction, we're kind of guiding which way it's blowing out by using these newspapers. That's this pad, it's just folded up newspaper. And somebody's blowing into the end of the pipe, Gabe, right now. And now we're starting to use this torch more. This is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but this torch will heat up a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece inside the furnace. So in this case, we're focusing some heat kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe. Yes, so we just briefly heated up the jacks, which are the two metal blades, and then we reached back and we rubbed them into a little pile of beeswax. So certain tools that we use need to be coated in beeswax just because they get so hot touching the glass that they can actually stick to the glass. And so to prevent it from sticking, we use that beeswax. And on the other hand, some of the tools we absolutely don't want beeswax on ever, such as cutting tools, because if we try to cut the glass, then it just slips right off. So we have to be kind of careful with where that beeswax is landing. And I just want to point out right here, we've just created the jack line, that little divot kind of near the pipe. This is where we're going to break this piece off of the pipe later on, really important step in the process. And you can see we're already getting really close to our cone shape by stretching that glass out a little bit. And I want to mention one more time, since at this point the glass is starting to cool down a little bit, you could probably tell that it's changing color. So once again, this glass is supposed to be a turquoise color in the end. But right now it's so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava, so it appears orange. But as it cools down, it's going to sort of change to brown and then sort of change to green, and then finally be a sort of blue-green, which is our final color. Yes, so today, once again, we do have a visiting artist, Cedric Mitchell. He's the one working with the glass right now. And the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer. They're like the glassblowing team leader. And sometimes that'll still be a little bit different, but usually the person who has designed the piece is the gaffer. And so that is all his work. It's his design. He's going to keep the final products and everything. Everyone around him is sort of assistant. And speaking of what's going to happen with these pieces, I do want to mention something that our visiting artist has mentioned, which is one of these pieces has the intention of going into an upcoming group exhibition. This is called Objects USA, and this is hosted by R and Company. So one of these pieces is eventually going to be on display, and I'm sure all of the other ones will have a greater purpose as well. Yes, so whenever these pieces are finished, actually, I should mention, um, for those who saw the last piece, you saw that there's a little bit of excess clear left over on the bottom of the piece, just because that's where it was connected to the pipe. They have to use clear glass to connect it to the pipe. And so because of that, sometimes they'll set up these rings inside of the annealer, and the excess glass will rest inside of the ring. The rest is flat, so it'll sit up evenly. So right now we are simply trying to blow out more so the center and the base of this piece. The neck we're trying to keep pretty small. And once again, we are trying to create more of a cone shape. So we're evening that heat out, blowing it out a little bit more, and the blowing is happening on the very end of the pipe. It's pretty easy to miss because it happens so quickly, but they'll just blow for a few seconds, and then that has expanded the glass quite a bit already. And next we're going to start adding some completely different shapes to this piece. It's going to be really interesting. So you can see our visiting artist has picked up these 2 corkwood paddles. He's going to use these to start flattening certain sides of the piece. And I'm not even quite exactly sure how this piece is supposed to end up looking in the end. So I'm assuming we're going to be flattening it from either 2 or 4 sides. Now, when using these corkwood paddles, you can see that this creates quite a bit of smoke. But with the wood, in this case, we do not want to apply water to it. That could touch the glass, cause cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So we are just going to let it burn. We do use wooden tools often in the hot shop because this is an insulating material. It's going to allow the glass to keep its heat. It's not going to pull a lot of that heat out. And as you can see, we are flattening 3 sides after all. We're getting closer to the shape that our visiting artist was describing to me earlier, which is a sort of block of cheese shape. And of course, to get a flat bottom for this piece, we're just going in with a simple wooden paddle, flattening the bottom. And while doing this, I just want to point out something interesting. You can see that this has rounded out some of the corners that we had. This is because when we push on this glass from one direction, it's going to push out in other directions, as long as they're maintaining the air pressure inside of the glass. And this back end of the glass, where the glass is connected to the pipe, this can get cold pretty quickly because it is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. So once again, it is naturally the coldest area of the piece. And this is the section of glass that is holding the entire piece on the pipe. So it's important that we keep it warm. And I do want to point out, now that this glass has cooled down quite a bit, we can see the true color of the glass, which once again is turquoise. And right now we're doing something important. We are preparing to break this piece off onto a second pipe. So we're just keeping the piece warm at the center bench. We're not really going to edit it or do anything with it right now. And over on the right bench, Ben is working with a little bit of clear glass on the end of his pipe. And this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. So at the center bench, we've just attached this second pipe to the center or the bottom of our piece once again. And right now, Cedric is going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and creating a little divot in that connection. And this is because this is just a temporary connection. We need to break this pipe off later on too to completely put the piece away. And now to break this off, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, we're just going to heat up the front of the piece or any area that we want to edit, and then start to finish off the top, basically. And once again, I want to point out that we do already have the neck made for this piece. It's a sort of zigzag. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's a zigzag long neck, and it's made out of black glass. And it's already set aside in the garage, just staying warm. So once we have the top of this piece ready at the center bench, all we have to do is pull it out and then attach it to the top. So at this point, Gabe has just pulled the neck out of the garage, and he's just pulled it out to heat it up and maybe touch it up a little bit. We're not going to attach it quite yet, but that means that we're getting pretty close or are already at the final shape for the body at the center bench. So what's going to happen is we're going to heat up just the very opening of this body and then the very end of the neck, and then attach the two together. And then we'll just have one complete piece, and we'll be just very close to finishing the entire piece overall. So in order to attach these two together, we're just going to heat up the opening using this really focused flame. And this flame is actually really hot. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's going to heat up a small section of glass very, very quickly. And this is really helpful. We don't want to heat up the entire piece because we already have the shape we want. We just want to heat up the area we want to alter. Yeah, so we've just attached the neck to the top of our piece, and we just broke that secondary pipe away that was just used to attach the neck in the first place. And now from here, because we've just broken it off from that pipe that we were just using, it's a little bit of an uneven break each time. It's never perfect. So from here, most likely they're going to heat up the opening of the piece and just slightly alter it, maybe open it up a little bit more. Yeah, this is the time for touch-ups, but from here, this is pretty much the final shape of the piece. And now at this point, we are getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. So we're just torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And once this is warm, it's going to start moving just a little bit, and that's when they know that they're ready to break it off. They'll apply a little bit of water to break that connection, and then they'll tap the pipe. That'll fully come off into these Kevlar gloves. And these Kevlar gloves are going to allow Gabe to carry this piece of glass over to the annealer over on the left side of the hot shop. So if anyone wants to get any good shots of them carrying it over or get a close-up view, then I would recommend being on that side of the hot shop. But speaking of the annealer, this box that we're going to put it inside of, this is going to very slowly cool this piece of glass down, preventing thermal shock. If we were to break it off and just leave it out, which a lot of people think we do that, it's actually going to cool the glass down too rapidly. It's going to cause thermal shock, just break. So this is a really important step in the process, but it does mean that we're not going to see the piece until tomorrow again. And right now they're just blowing a little bit of compressed air onto the neck, and this is just cooling it down enough that it stops moving. And now to break this off, once again, we're applying a little bit of water. Then all we have to do is tap the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. All right, so this has gone into the annealer. This box is sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit right now, but once we have it completely filled up later on today, we'll just press a button. It'll slowly tick down for its programming, and that is pretty much it. And does anyone have any final questions before we go on our lunch break? So we'll be back in about an hour from now. Could we have the slide show up on the screen while we're gone? Thank you. All right, so welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. I want to introduce you all to what we have going on today, which we actually have a visiting artist today, so it's a little bit more of a special day. And his name is Cedric Mitchell. He's the one over on the left bench. See if I can point him out to you all. It's the one with the cap on, talking to some of our Museum of Glass employees. And we are working on some pretty intricate pieces today. Down on the floor, you can see we have some sketches of the pieces we were working on earlier today. And I would say that we're going to follow a pretty similar pattern. We're creating a neck out of black glass, and this is set aside in the garage once we create the neck to stay warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so that's what they're getting started with right now. They get that out of the way first, and then they move on to blowing out the body of the piece. And the body of the piece is going to be a turquoise color. And we will actually have all of these little pieces of glass that will be placed on the side of the piece. These are called marini. And the marini basically has an image on the inside of the glass. In this case, it's just these sort of abstract shapes, whether it's a simple circle or sort of cashew shape like what I'm holding right now. So these are going to be laid out onto a tray, which is actually what they're doing over on the left bench. They'll lightly heat them up, and then they'll actually roll the turquoise glass over top of it to pick them up on the side of the piece, basically. And I'll make sure to continue to follow through and explain everything that they're doing right in that moment too, but I just wanted to give you all a little bit of an overview to give you something to expect. And now I do want to give you all a little overview of the hot shop too. So just to point out, we are working with these large furnaces in the hot shop. They all run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass furnaces, the places we're getting our glass in the first place, are these large tanks with the closed doors, like this one right here. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, like maybe up to my hip. So there's a giant pool inside of there. So we've gathered a single layer of clear on the end of this pipe at the center bench here and blown a bubble. And we've heated up some black color, which is once again going to turn into the neck for our vessel. And as for the colors in glass, the glass mixture in its sort of base form is mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. But there's also a little bit of soda ash and limestone. So this is a soda lime glass in particular. And the colored glass is just mixing some different metal oxides in with that mixture to create the colors. So each different color has different mixtures of metal oxides inside of it. And this process you're about to see here, this is how we get color on a lot of our pieces. We'll melt down a solid piece of colored glass called color bar, kind of like what I'm holding in my hand here. And after we melt it down, we literally drop it onto that small clear bubble. And after this, we just spread this over top of that clear, completely covering it. And that creates a smooth layer of color across the entire piece. And I know some of you guys may have seen this earlier already, but before you came into the hot shop, when we were on our lunch, there was like a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. And could I have that up on the screen again, please? So for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, up on the screen we have a slideshow going of Cedric's artwork. And I just want you all to take a peek at this and kind of get a feeling for his work. And this is kind of similar to what you might see in the hot shop. We are seeing some very, very different forms or shapes in the hot shop today. Once again, just based off of these drawings we have on the floor here. These pieces that we're working on today are specifically following along with the aesthetic of modern funk. And so it's going to have some really loud colors. It's going to have some funky shapes. Yes, so I didn't narrate when we were doing this, but we let that layer of color cool down. And we went inside of the glass furnace and gathered another layer of clear glass over top of what we had. And so when we came back, we actually have more mass on our piece now. And that color that we had originally is now under a layer of clear, kind of protected by the clear. And we're going to have to gather multiple layers of clear just to build up enough mass for this piece. Obviously, when we blow a piece out and we want it to be, like this large, we want to make sure that the walls are relatively thick so that it's not too thin and easy to break. But this is going to be a little bit of a process just building up these layers of clear, because each time we have to go in with the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is smoothing and evening out that fresh layer, and then we blow the bubble a little bit, and then we let it cool down again, and then we gather another layer of clear, and that cycle continues. And because this specific piece of glass is becoming the neck, we are already starting to blow it out a little bit, and we're creating a longer shape. This is going to be lengthened even further, but we want a really long, honestly kind of tube-shaped piece of glass, because it needs to be open in the top, and it needs to be open where we're going to be connecting it to the body of the piece later. Yes, so we're using this tool a lot throughout this process, but this is actually just folded up newspaper that this pad is consisted of. And they'll soak it or splash it with water, but that's it. It's just folded up newspaper. And this is pretty much as close as they'll get to using their hands to shape the glass, like you see. And it's really helpful for doing something like squeezing a waste into a piece of glass. You could focus the pressure in one area, or just creating this really nice, smooth, long shape. You'll see us using these newspapers a lot once again, especially when we start moving on to the body of the piece. Kind of controls which way the bubble blows out. So what we have here is pretty much the basic shape of the neck. Next, we're going to go in and we're going to start kind of bending it in certain areas to create a different shape out of it. For the very first one we made, it had a sort of curve in it. The second one we made, it was almost a little bit more like a zigzag. So each of them are turning out just a little bit differently from each other. Now, I also want to point out, once again, I already did mention this to most of the crowd, but this is the garage. It's a large silver box. Anything we put inside of this will stay at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which will prevent thermal shock. It's a very happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it or change its shape. It's not cold enough to let it break. And right now, Gabe is getting ready to pull a piece of color out of there, I believe. And while we have a little bit of time right here, I do want to show a video describing one of the first steps in creating these little pieces of designed glass. So usually to create these, once again, these are called marini, we will have to pull a stick of cane, which is basically a stick of colored glass. And you can see it has the image inside of it. And so I just wanted to show off a video describing how we pull this cane in the first place. It's really satisfying to watch, kind of like pulling taffy, honestly. So could I have that cane pulling video, please? Thank you. So this is a silent video. I'm going to talk you through it. So we'll usually start off with our layers of color. We can layer multiple colors on top of each other through that same process of when we were applying the color to that clear bubble earlier. And then it'll usually be wrapped in clear like this one, but for our Marini that we're using today, it's wrapped in black glass. And then a second pipe is attached to the other side of that glass, and they simply stretch it across almost the entirety of the hot shop sometimes. They'll stretch it pretty far. And then they simply break it apart into usable pieces. And you can use it as a stick of glass to basically get stripes of color on a piece, or you can break it up into these smaller kind of disc-like sections like we're using today. And this is called Marini. This is going to reveal an image inside of the glass, basically. And at the center bench, you can see we've just broken off the very end of this black bubble. And this is opening it up into a tube, basically, so that we can create the neck for our piece. And over on that right bench, I want to point out that Gabe has pulled out that piece of color that I was mentioning. And this is a piece of turquoise-colored glass. So he's melting this down completely. Once this is completely molten, this will be dropped onto a small clear bubble, just like we did with the black glass earlier. So it really depends on the thickness of the glass. If the glass is super thin, it'll heat up very quickly, but it'll also cool down very quickly. And if the glass is super thick, then we have to wait a while for it to cool down sometimes on purpose. In this case, we have to go into the furnace maybe every couple of minutes at least, just to make sure that the entire piece is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it drops below that temperature, then we do risk thermal shock. Yes, so these guys, they've all been working with glass for a long time. And I can't speak for our visiting artists, but our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, everyone else down here besides our visiting artists, they've all been working with glass for 20 to 30 years. And so they have a really good feel for many different things. And so when they're heating a piece of glass up, I don't think they even have to think about it. Sometimes they won't even look at what they're doing. They're just like talking to someone over their shoulder. And it's mostly, if you have to pay attention, you're watching it and you're looking for movement. So if it's moving a little bit, then you know it's workable. If it's not moving at all, it's too cold. If it's moving too much, it's a little bit out of control. So I know people are probably curious about what's going on at the center bench, so I was just checking in real quick. They're just testing something there. So this isn't a final product at all or anything. It's not going to be used for our projects. This is actually important that we're using clear glass for a test, by the way, because we can just completely reuse this piece of glass. So most likely, they'll stretch this out, turn it into whatever they like, and then they'll break it off and reuse that glass later on, basically. And over on this right bench, if you haven't seen this process already, once again, this is a color drop or color overlay. We've dropped that turquoise glass on top of a small clear bubble, and we're now rolling it onto the marver, which is this metal table. And that's just slowly pushing that color back to completely cover up the clear, basically just creating a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. Yes, so for anyone that's just joined, I do want to give a little overview of the hot shop just to orient you a little bit. So the furnaces that we're using consistently here with the open faces, these are for reheating only, and they run between 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they run off of natural gas and forced air. It's just a lot of natural gas. And then our glass furnaces, the large tanks with the closed doors specifically, these, the only difference is that they hold a large pool of molten glass. The purpose isn't for reheating the glass, it's to hold the glass. And they run at a steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7 actually. If we let that glass cool down, it can damage the ceramic tank that it's sitting inside of. So at the center bench, it looks like they've finished their little test. They're just trying to get a more specific shape for the neck. And this is going into a specifically clear glass bucket, so this could just be reused later on if we want to. So that's a good question. How many pieces do we make in a day? And it really depends on what we're making during the day. If we're making store items, it's usually something that they've done a few times, and so that's a little bit faster. They might be able to make up to like a dozen things in a day, which is pretty impressive. But for bigger projects like this, I would estimate 2 to 4 pieces a day, depending on the visiting artist and the project. But we usually will have to finish a piece within half the day. We can set things aside in this garage up to a certain point. If it's too thick, then it gets a little bit trickier. Like the glass doesn't heat up as well. So just a little interesting tidbit of information. We can also have multi-day projects. We could cool down a piece of glass completely through a very very slow cooling process. And then we can bring it back up slowly as well and work on it again or combine pieces in the hot shop. So sometimes you'll see multi-day projects. And I want to point out up on the screen we have a view of our right bench. We've completely rolled that color back, and we're now just letting it cool down by sitting here. And the air is just kind of pulling some of that heat out. And as soon as this is cooled down enough, we'll go ahead and gather our next layer of clear. And we're going to have to build up a few layers of clear to get enough mass for this piece. So this is just the beginning of this process. But once again, this is becoming the main body for our piece. And I did get a question earlier about how the final product might look. And all of the pieces we've been making so far today are a sort of bottle because it has the main body and then it has a neck. But they're kind of abstract. They're all turning out a little bit different from each other, and they're not planned to a T. They are kind of letting the glass go with the flow a little bit. So we'll see how it turns out together as they continue working on this piece. Now, one topic I would like to bring up, something that I get asked about pretty frequently. So whenever we finish a piece, sometimes it's still not quite done. So we put it away, we let it cool down very slowly, and then we can take it out of the annealer the next day, the annealer being these large black boxes on our walls. And at that point, sometimes there's these bits of clear left over attached to our piece, and this is where it was attached to the pipe previously. And so we do have to go through another process even after that piece is finished in the hot shop, which is called cold working, and that is grinding, cutting, polishing the glass. It uses a lot of tools that seem pretty similar to woodworking, where we have like a disc sander and a belt sander, and all sorts of various tools, a drill press, everything. And the only difference is that we use diamond to drill through that glass basically, or cut it. And then we also use quite a bit of water just to make sure we're not inhaling any of that glass as it's grinding away. But yeah, it's a really interesting process and something that you guys don't get to see because you guys only get to see the hot shop. And could I have the slideshow of Cedric's artwork again, please? So just for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, there's a slideshow up on the screen now of our visiting artist artwork, who is once again Cedric Mitchell. He's the one that's been sitting and working at the center bench with the cap on his head there. And he is creating a variety of different artworks. We're kind of following along a similar theme today with the same color scheme, but we're just going with these different various body shapes, kind of abstract designs. And these pieces are supposed to have a modern funk aesthetic, and he's drawing inspiration from the Memphis design movement and Nickelodeon. So we're having lots of bright colors. And I also want to point out that one of these pieces is being made with the intention of going into an upcoming group exhibition called Objects USA. And this is hosted by R and Companies, so you guys might actually be able to see one of these pieces actually on display in the future. And since this is a visiting artist residency, I always get asked what they do with the pieces. So first off, one of those pieces is going into the exhibition. And sometimes they will donate a piece to the museum to keep as well. And then they also just get to take home whatever they want, do whatever they want with those pieces. They're basically here for free and we are supporting them in creating these pieces of artwork. It's a really good opportunity. And at the center bench, we've just started to blow this bubble out a little bit. And to kind of guide which way this bubble is blowing out, Cedric is going in with the newspapers. You remember these newspapers are just this pad here, and all they do is they soak it or splash it with water. That's pretty much it. And at the same time, if you're wondering, Ben is actually preparing a second pipe with a little bit of clear on the end. And this is called a punty. It's basically going to be attached to the bottom of our piece later on. So you can imagine like the top is the top of the neck, the bottom of the piece is over here. So you'd attach the pipe right to the bottom, and then this piece would be broken off of whatever pipe it was created on, which is the pipe that we're using at the center bench right now. Yeah, so that process is really important. It gives us access to the other side of the piece so that we can finish the entire thing, really. And over on the right, Cedric is using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and this allows us to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. Sometimes after gathering layers of clear or working with large amounts of glass, the heat will start to travel up the pipe a little bit. Whatever section of the pipe is inside of the furnace is going to heat up as well. And we've just switched benches. This is allowing Gabe to go in with this tray. And on this tray, we have those pieces of glass that I showed off to some of you earlier. Once again, these are Marini. It has the image inside of the piece of glass. So these are laid out on that tray already, and we're heating them up enough that we can just roll this bubble of glass over top of them to pick them up. So working with Marini, As you could tell, it's a little bit tricky sometimes. We have to make sure that it's hot enough that it's going to stick to our piece of glass, the bubble. But we also have to make sure that they're not so hot that they're just melting onto the tray or the kiln shelf. And so sometimes we'll go in with this fluffy flame and we're just lightly torching, making sure they're warm enough to stick. And right after sticking them all on, we will heat this up and then start rolling it on the marver eventually, which is this metal table. You'll see them start doing that relatively soon. And this is going to start pushing those pieces of glass into the bubble and just making the entire surface smooth again, since right now we have all of these bumps and dimples because of these small pieces. And for those who just joined, welcome into the hot shop. Just want to let you all know what we're working on real quick. So we are working on sort of bottle-like forms because they have a neck and a body. And right now we're working on the body of this piece. We've already created the neck and it's set aside just staying warm. And we've just picked up these pieces of colorful glass on the side of the piece. This is a really interesting technique. It's going to give us these spots of color across the entire piece. And these little pieces of glass are called marini. Now, just to describe the color of this glass real quick, it's really hard to tell because this glass is hot. It's glowing this bright orange. But when it starts cooling down, you'll see that the glass is actually turquoise. And right now, we're just trying to push those little pieces of glass into our glass bubble by rolling it on the marver, this metal table. Now, the marver, because it is a large metal table, it is going to cool the glass down wherever it's touching it, but it is mostly being used for shaping right now. And if you're wondering what they're doing right here, this is a Dremel. They're just etching away at the surface of some of these little pieces of glass. Some of them may have stuck to that kiln shelf they were being heated up on earlier. This is just going to make sure that there's absolutely no residue left over before they start fully melting this down and blowing it out into our form. So whenever you see a glass blowing team, you usually see at least 3 people. So one person will sit at the bench and they are working with the tools and they're doing a lot of the main work. They're called the gaffer. And then we have 2 assistants, one person to blow into the end of the pipe. They'll usually sit right there. And then one person to work on this end. They'll usually shield the artist's hands and arms using those wooden paddles. And then they'll also heat up the glass for them. In this case, we have 4 people, and I don't think it's got to be an exact amount for an exact reason, but we do have multiple Hot Shop team members. These 3 are our main Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members, Gabe, Sarah, and Ben sitting down. But we also have one more person that works with glass here. His name's Nick. So sometimes we'll have even more people. And it kind of just depends on who's there today and how much support they need. And then sometimes they have a little bit more support than they need, and that's okay. And it's always good for people to switch off too. Like whenever they're making store items, the person with the most experience is usually the one who will sit and work on the pieces, but sometimes they'll switch off anyways, give each other practice, give each other a break. And for those who just joined in, if you're wondering what we're doing today, we have a visiting artist in the hot shop. There is a little bit of information on him in your pamphlet that you might have received at the front. His name is Cedric Mitchell, and he's the one sitting and working at the center bench right now. Everyone else is Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time, whether it's assisting a visiting artist like today or making items for the store as another example. And today we are creating a variety of different forms. We have a couple of sketches down on the floor right here, and Cedric was kind of describing them as bottles because they do have a neck and they have a body. And each time we have a rough sketch. This time we don't have a sketch at all. We're just going to kind of go with the flow and see how it turns out as they create it. But at the center bench, we have the main body of this piece. We're just getting ready to start blowing it out and turning it into its final shape. And we already have the neck made for this vessel. The neck is just a black tube of glass that has been bent and kind of curved into a different shape. And it's sitting in here just waiting to be used at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, if anyone has any questions throughout this process, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come over to answer your questions. As soon as I see your hand raised, I'll come over. So next at the center bench, Cedric is going in with this pad. So for those who haven't seen it, this is just folded up newspaper. And next, we're actually rolling this bubble onto the marber. Whenever we're doing this, we're actually purposefully cooling the glass wherever it's touching, and it's going to prevent it from blowing out very much in that direction. At the same time, because of the angle we're holding it in, if we hold it at a higher angle, this also allows the glass to stretch a little bit sometimes, giving us a longer shape for something like a vase or a cup. And then, of course, in between cooling it down, he'll hang it over the edge of the table, give it a little puff of air. And this is, of course, expanding the glass in the other areas that are not cooled down. This is just to make sure that the bottom isn't blowing out too fast. It does tend to blow out faster in the bottom than any other areas. And if you have a thin bottom to your piece, it's definitely going to break later on. Yes, so very good question. We created these little pieces of glass. These are called marini. And that's basically when you take colored glass, you attach it to the end of a pipe, of course. And in this case, we layered multiple colors on top of each other. And this kind of creates an image inside of the glass, depending on how you're shaping the colors and layering them. And then stretch it out into a rod, basically. I actually have an example. Stretch it out into a stick of glass, and it has this image inside of it. And then you just chop it up into these little pieces, and it reveals the image inside. So in this case, these are sort of abstract marini, so we're not trying to create a specific shape like a flower or a face. They can get really intricate, but in this case, we're just creating these sort of simple circles and kind of bubble-like forms. Some of them look like hourglasses. Some of them look like little beans. Yeah. And from there, of course, we took those pieces of glass, we heated them up, and then we simply rolled our bubble of glass over top of them to pick them up. And right now we're doing something really important right here, so I want to highlight this. We're creating the jack line. So these two metal blades, these are the jacks. We're going in and we're squeezing and creating a line or a divot. This is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And at this point, you'll notice, while Cedric is working with the glass, somebody's going to be holding these wooden paddles around his hands and arms. This is just called shielding. It's preventing the heat that's coming off of the glass from touching the artist too much. This is a pretty large piece, and so it is radiating a lot of heat. Yeah, so whenever we're going into the furnace, this is to heat up the entire piece overall, making sure that everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we risk thermal shock. But we're also heating up the piece enough that it's malleable, probably the texture of putty or taffy. So when we work with the glass, it's going to be moving and taking on different forms that we push it into, but it's also not so hot that it's uncontrollable. So it's below 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit for sure, which is completely molten, but it's also above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is completely solid for glass. And after heating this glass up one more time, this is being hung down towards the ground at the bench. This is us using gravity as another one of our tools, basically stretching this glass into a longer, narrower shape. So you'll see us do this if we're creating a vase, if we're creating a cup, if we're creating a cylinder. And it looks like we are a little bit closer to a cylinder shape. We're just continuing to follow along with the newspapers. So in case anyone else is curious, we use these torches to heat up sections of the glass at a time. So this large fluffy flame, it runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever we're going in with the torch, we're heating up something that's a little bit too cold and it's in the risk range of cracking or breaking. We don't want it to break, so we heat it up. Or we're using it to heat up a section of glass that is the only section we want to work on in that moment. We want everything else to stay a little bit colder. So it's just used to focus heat. So as you can see, we could do quite a bit of shaping with the newspapers. We were letting the bubble kind of sag down onto itself a little bit while also moving the papers underneath. And this created almost a little bit of a bean shape, dare I say. And right now we're just working on the very bottom of the piece. This means that they're happy with the shape of the body for the most part. They're just going to have to start flattening the bottom so that the piece can actually stand on its own as something like a vase. So to flatten the bottom, we're going in with a wooden paddle. And we do use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop. If I didn't mention to this crowd already, the wood is a pretty insulating material. So when we touch it to the glass is going to maintain a lot of its heat. And this is really important. We don't want to cool the glass down too quickly. And sometimes we want the glass to remain kind of gooey, kind of workable texture. In this case, we just don't want it to get too cold. And at this point, the glass is cooled down quite a bit. So we can see the true color of the piece is turquoise once again. And all of these individual little spots of color are a sort of light pink, a light blue, and then a sort of maroon color as well, just to point out the different colors. But this is pretty much the final color of the piece. So at the center bench, they're just working on keeping this piece of glass warm. And on the right bench, Ben is preparing a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. This is going to be brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of our piece. This is going to allow us to completely break the piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. Basically just giving us access to the other side of the piece so that we can finish off the top and add our neck to the top of the vase or piece. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to imagine if you're not a glass blower to begin with, but whenever we're working with a hollow piece of glass, such as a bowl or a vase or something like this, just a blown form in general, the bottom of the piece is usually always on the furthest area away from the pipe. And then in this case, we have more pieces to attach, but it's still going to remain the bottom, this flattened area that we created. And now we've just brought over the puntee, which is the second pipe. And this is attached to the center of the bottom of our piece. Once that connection is secure, Cedric's actually going in with a pair of jacks and creating a line right in between the pipe and the bottom of the piece itself. This is just going to make it easier to break off this second pipe later on as well, since this is a temporary connection. And to fully break it off, we apply some water. This is cracking the glass, tap the pipe, and that's it. That breaks that piece cleanly off. So from here, we just have to heat up the front of the piece, anything we want to edit, and start working on that small section. And all of the previous times, we've pretty much kept the same exact shape. All we do is we edit the top, maybe close it up a little bit, and then we bring over that neck. And this is a good time to check in. I just wanted to see if anyone had any questions so far. It can be questions for or about the visiting artist, such as where he got the inspiration for his designs. Could be questions about the glass itself. Could be questions about the building we're inside of. Any question? And it looks like this time we're going in with the Sophietta. That's this cone-shaped tool right here. So the cone will block off the opening to a piece, and as you saw, it allows the artist to blow a little bit more air in. And this is just re-inflating usually the shoulder, or in this case, just the very top of the piece, creating a really perfectly round piece. And once that is done, I believe that they don't want to really mess up that shape, so they're probably not going to touch it too much from there. But we'll be able to tell when they start getting the neck ready, because you'll see somebody come over to the garage, which is this large solar box. They're going to start heating something up inside of it. And then at that point, we're getting ready to attach the neck, which means we're getting close to being done. So just to point out, we have pulled out the neck. It's over on the right bench right now. And once again, this glass that they're using for the neck is just completely black. This is going to be brought over and attached just over the opening of our blown piece at the center bench. And right now, all they need to do is just heat up where they're going to connect those two pieces together. So they're going to start heating up just the very opening of the piece and also just the very end of the neck over there. Something that they also do sometimes is just a little bit of a size check. So they'll bring it over, just make sure that those openings are pretty much the same size before actually going through and attaching them. Yeah, so they're doing a little size check right here. This is not getting ready to attach them quite yet. And if they're happy with that, then they can start getting ready to attach these two pieces together. And we're using this really sharp flame. I was just asked about this torch earlier. This torch is really impressive, this handheld one. It's about, can get up to around anyways, 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it will heat up a really small section of glass very quickly. And this is really helpful for small details such as what we're doing right now. As you can imagine, if we heat up the entire piece and then try to attach these two pieces together, everything is going to be moving. It's going to be a little bit out of control. So we've just brought the neck over and attached it just over the opening. They let this connection set up a little bit before breaking this second pipe away. And they now have these two pieces assembled together. Now there is a little bit of touching up left to do. They're just going to fix the very top of the neck, make sure that the opening is opened and straight walled, and then they'll be done. So right here, Cedric is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and it's just very lightly opening up the end of the neck. And sometimes it's as simple as just leaving it there and that's done. Sometimes they'll have to trim off a little bit of excess glass by physically cutting the glass off the opening. And since they've stopped altering the neck, I would assume that they're getting ready to break this piece off. This is usually going to include torching where the glass is connected to the pipe until they start to see a little bit of movement. And then once they see that movement, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that breaking point and then tap the pipe to break that piece completely off, just like we were doing earlier. So we are getting really close to finishing this piece. I also want to point out when we finish this piece, this is going to be put away inside of our annealer, this large black box over on the left wall. So if you guys want a really good view or a good shot of them putting it away, I recommend being closer to that side of the hot shop, just to tell you in advance. And you can see that Gabe has gotten suited up in these Kevlar gloves. These are going to allow him to physically carry this piece over to be put away. And right now they're going in with a pair of shears, cutting at that connection point. They were holding the Kevlar gloves underneath, not to quite catch it, but to catch it just in case it comes off the pipe while they're doing that. And cutting at that connection point has thinned it out, getting them ready to apply that water. This water, once again, is cracking that small connection point they have. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that will fully break this piece off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So once again, this is going inside of the annealer. This box stays at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit all day while we fill it up with pieces. And then with the press of a button, it'll slowly tick down and cool down overnight. The thicker the glass, the longer this process takes. So we're definitely not going to see this piece until at least tomorrow. And we should get started on our next one relatively soon. Could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So once again, for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, I do want to show you some of our visiting artists previously made artwork. Once again, Cedric Mitchell. And the pieces that we're working on during this residency, one of them is going to go into an upcoming group exhibition. It's called Objects USA. It's hosted by R and Company. And I get questions a lot about what will happen with the pieces. So I did mention one of them is going into that exhibition. But if you're interested about what happens with the pieces in general, I would definitely recommend just looking up this artist's name. And you could probably find his social media, his website,